Hello, 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 hello. So today we'll be having cat on the table for some time and checking the mic. But yeah, we'll be continuing the Alpha Good hunt indeed. And it seems like my voice is a little bit more down than usual, but hopefully it gets better. Hopefully it gets better. Can a very aggressive little fella today. A very aggressive little fella today. Did you know that? Attacking everything with such power. You did throw a sticky club. How dare you? How dare you be wasting my sticky clubs that I was definitely gonna be using? How dare you? How did you even do that? She opened the Pokédex. The tech wizard is back. Could you stop attacking me so much, please? I know you want a bunch of attention today, but could you also just please calm down your horses or something? I don't know. Just calm down, please. You don't need to be so aggressive. Could you, like, actually calm down? Please. This is getting annoying, did you know that? Oh gosh, don't be on top of the keyboard. At least not by that much. Let me fix that then. You can be on top of the keyboard all you want, but you can't do it right. Please, you need to move a little bit. I need to be locking my keyboard, and I can't do that. You're very mean, little fella. I mean, I'm gonna try and do things if you let me. Stop! Please! Could you calm down, horses, or something? Please, just calm down. Please. Nothing to worry about, cat. Very aggressive. Very aggressive today. There we go. It should be good. Hopefully. She opened the Pokédex somehow. I guess the cat is bringing us luck today then. That's the only logical explanation, right? That you're so much on the table now. Problem is that I need my little counter thing. But yeah, let's go ahead and get going. Oh yeah, I see an outbreak today. I knew that there was something. I didn't remember which one. But yeah, indeed. Alpha Kudra, you know, the usual path that we did do last time after the Alpha Kill Fable. Since we don't need to be seeing it anymore. Yeah, 183 is the regular sized faces so far, and 11 alpha ones from 1 is completely random. That it decided randomly, you know, be switching to be an alpha 1 and being shiny. That is indeed what's going on today. Or before today. One is from Mass Outbreak as well, from the alphas. Everything else is the, like, guaranteed alphas that are always here. Well, let's see. I don't think that we're gonna be pulling off to be finding 2 shinies today in the first run. If we will find 1, you know, I'll be happy with that, but I don't think that we're gonna be back to back, like, 2 shinies there, if it's not from, like, randomly and from the mass outbreak. Because the last time it was that did have a massive mass outbreak. And I did find 2 random ones. And the first check is a no-go. What happened? Excuse me. Stop it already. I hate how long this takes. And because, I mean, I can't be putting on the right Pokemon while I'm having a status effect on me. Honestly, why does it affect the dude anyways? I don't understand. What it do be, I guess. I want to actually double check on something, because can it be actually true? I'm gonna do like when I get back to Super Life. Okay, soon. And Yanma's there. Let's get out of here. It has to be. I don't need to double check. Yeah, 7th box is coming in, indeed. And after that's almost full, it means that we have gotten 200 regular sized faces during this. And that is certainly something. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having the best of days. I don't know why my... Like, it didn't seem like my throat was hurting before I started speaking, but I mean, I guess that makes sense. But of course, if it gets worse enough, then, you know, I'll stop, because I don't want to be hurting my voice too much. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll see about that. Hopefully I would be able to do a decent amount of progress today. Because I know that it should be possible. It is gonna be taking quite some time to be doing for sure, but to be hitting, you know, 2,200. It's definitely possible to be hitting today. I was last time talking about hitting the bunch of chews, but I don't think that that's too possible. I mean, definitely if we get nice and lucky today and we don't get too many mass outbreaks or mass outbreaks that take too long to be checking, then, you know, definitely a possibility. But we'll see, we'll see. Even if we... Let's see, do we even need to be going that far, you know? Because it might not be necessary. At least, you know, today is starting nicely, and being able to see the target both times. I know it's only been two, but you gotta be appreciating them, because sometimes it's the case that I might be able to see one and then in the next, like, I don't know, in the next, like, then I don't see anything. Nah, I don't think that that has ever happened to me. I think like the max has been like 5 maybe? Hard to remember because the hunt has been so long. There we go. Oh, cat has left the table, so I have a little bit more room to myself. Two more spots to be checking, and unfortunately it means that I'm not gonna be checking the annoying spot as well. What did you be, I guess. So this one was very much full of Duskulls and Yanmas. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. Uh, I feel like today might be a little bit of a slower day of like phases. I feel like today is gonna be a little bit slower because I have indeed been lucky lately, so it would make sense if today would be a little bit on the unlucky side. Like, maybe I would be only getting a... would be only getting like 4 faces today. Well, we'll see. It could be a ridiculous day that I'll be completing half of the bogs. It could be. It has kind of been a thing for a bunch of times. Well, it happens, you know. And hey, I'm always happy about any amount of progress that I can make. Also, speaking of progress, my game finally decided for me to be having a chancey in Soul Silver during daytime. So chances exist in the daytime there, or morning, but same encounter table. So you know, that's nice. But yeah, one thing that I did like notice this was a thing though while I was again watching the Chansey Lucky Egg holding situation is that it's even worse somehow in Chenchu. I don't know why the held item is a 2% then. Because it's like, I mean, I guess it's Chenchu and, you know, held items was a new thing, but... You know, usually... usually held items are 5%, I think. I guess the minimum. Another very common one is 50% chance of holding something. And there is like kind of weird ones in between, but 2% is just so odd. Yeah, 2% chance of holding this item. Like, huh? Why 2%? Why is that? Oh, the animals evolved and moved the location a little bit. Let's go. Maria. I was thinking about something. Oh yeah, because you know there was the thing in Diamond and Pearl, at least I think it was also in Platinum though. And you know, the way to be starting the game is that one of the ways to be, you know, starting the new game up that you need to be doing no matter what is to be touching the touchscreen. It's kind of sad that there honestly hasn't been like a newly introduced feature that would have been a little bit like necessary to be doing. I mean, I guess Let's Go's catching mechanic, but it's not always necessary. Because, you know, if you don't have the capability of throwing things because you're playing on light, it works. But yeah, I kind of miss those kind of things. Because, especially like Pokemon game-wise, there really isn't like anything like new that they could be like putting you to be testing for the first time in some cases. But yeah. Not too bad. Also, stop using Earthquake in the middle of the air. Always be complaining about it. What do you? Because it's always kind of cool. I don't think that there was anything that I didn't see already. But I heard the sparkles, but... yeah. I mean, I guess one of the only things that we could be getting is that if at some point we would be having Pokemon to be going into VR. Which, you know, I have my little doubts on, but maybe? I mean, I guess there was the tutorial how to be throwing Pokemons in this game. But yeah, it's just not too many times there is that big of a change in Pokemon games, so there doesn't necessarily need to be a new tutorial for them. Like, for sure, there's always the catching tutorial, but it makes sense. Now, why wouldn't there be a catching tutorial? Like, it makes sense that there would be a catching tutorial. But at the same time, like, if you have played the games before, it's like nothing new most of the time. Let's Go and Legends Arceus being one of the few examples of it actually being different. Because, you know, normally it's just, you know... Jeez. Normally it's just, you know, select a Pokeball and press A. Kind of situation. And nothing too interesting apart from that. Also, one thing I don't know if I'm odd for doing it or not is that The way that I'm personally using Pokeballs most of the time is to be going with the quick menu, which is usually X, and then, you know, you will be going into the Pokeball menu. I don't know if that's normal or not, because I rarely be seeing people using that. But it could be because, you know, all times and you're used to be, you know, going through the menus and whatnot. Could be that, you know. But yeah. I always... or I almost always will be using the quick menu for Pokeballs. Not for any particular reason, I just find it easier. And it's like the button is literally called like X for Pokeballs or something like that. So it's not like it isn't explained to you, you know. It's gonna be kind of annoying one, but we'll get through it. Anyways. What is that? What? Huh? What the? What is that? Okay. Sure. I don't know if it's normal or not, but it looks odd. Okay. I guess you will most likely be learning something new from a game that you have over 400 hours in. I know I don't usually fly that way because there is absolutely no reason, but I don't know, that's just... Seems like it shouldn't be there. I could be totally wrong, but... Anyways. Aww, I can't fly away. In this situation, I will complain, by the way, of one more thing, that why can't we just teleport away when Pokemon is seeing you, is that... why couldn't I be running away from the dude because it's daytime and they don't like to be outside when it's daytime? Anyways. I'm gonna go ahead and, by the way, see if it is still there. I'm gonna go ahead and... investigate it a little bit more, I guess. Because I'm just curious that what is going on with that thing if it's still there. I was too afraid to be touching it before. I think the most logical explanation is that it's trying to be a rock, but it just doesn't know how to be loading in. It's not there. Okay, it was just these small rocks that for some reason did have very weird things going about. Okay, good to know. Oh, hello, buddy. You're quite a bit out of the way, unfortunately, but... Then again, I can't really be saying no to a Badio. Even though I have so many of them. Badio to be a little cutie. Yeah, the reason why I thought that they were rocks originally was because the texture seems... and the texture and the colors seem like the rocks that were nearby. But yeah, it was just for some reason the texture of the small rocks there did go crazy. But it happens, I guess. Aren't Badius in here? They do me. I was quite sure that there was no shiny spot. As I said plenty of times, it doesn't hurt to double check. It doesn't indeed. Just press it, it can count as double presses. I definitely was pressing the button accidentally more than once. Oh, hello there, Alpha Paras. I was thinking that there was an Alpha Zubat, but no, it is Paras instead. Another massive mass outbreak. A game. But yeah, I'm most likely gonna be having off day tomorrow. I mean, it's Wednesday, and I usually be having off days on Wednesday, anyways. So there is that. And most likely, the thing that we're gonna be doing tomorrow is to be cleaning the place, at least a little bit. If you know, not feeling that bad. I talked about it yesterday that it's kind of silly that people are always cleaning when they are sick. Because it would be very silly. But anyways. Another dark tricks with the Situai there, and I'm always a little bit tricked by the Situai. Small bit. And that's a shiny Hippowdon. It didn't make the sound, it seems like. Cool. I mean, it's a female one, it's the easier one of the two to see. And I still will say that I do be preferring the female one over the male one in both. Is it sleeping? Yo. Yo. Nice, first face of the day. Not that far in, I will say. Not that far in by any means. Not that bad at all, then, at all. When you know massive mass outbreaks be like that. I still think that at some point in this game, I don't know when and will I do it on stream and such, I want to be capturing every Pokemon as alphas that, you know, you can. Because there do be some that you literally can be catching as alphas. I mean, does it really do anything? Absolutely not, but it's certainly cool. Oh, hello. 2-on-1. Cool. I did find the Skuntank on this same spot last time. Skuntank Stunky. Skuntank. That's pretty cool. I mean, you know, it'd still be massive mass outbreak, so increased odds, but hey, I'll take it. At least it doesn't seem to be knowing how to be moving. Another Skuntank. Another Skuntank to the collection. For the Cupra. Okay. It's a nice massive mass outbreak. I don't need to be going too far off from my usual path. Nice. I will say one thing would be kind of cool. And it's that what if at some point we'll be getting like a Rotom factory or something like that? Where they are, you know, building new machines to be putting Rotom into and such. And there you could be fighting bunch of the, you know, appliance forms or whatever they called, like, you know, the different forms that Rotom has. I think that would be kind of cool. Like, Rotom is one of the Pokemons that it gets a lot of attention, but at the same time, like, it doesn't. Like, surely do we have a Rotodex? Do we have Rotom Dex? We have, like, Rotom to be a bike, we have Rotom to be a phone. But the Pokemon itself, the one that you use in battle, doesn't really get anything. Does it have to be something that you can catch? Not necessarily, but finding something like that anyways would be kind of cool. Pretty cool ones. Start your day off. I mean, we're most likely gonna be seeing something that is not from a massive mass outbreak as well today. We're gonna be getting one from a mass outbreak instead on the next one. It would be stupid, but it would be kind of my luck at the same time. Wouldn't it? Let me unlock my keyboard because the cat isn't there anymore. There we go. Let's save, just in case I didn't save already. Didn't. Nice. No, nothing from the massive mass outbreak. How sad. How sad indeed. How stupid would the Legends Arceus be if there honestly would be the case that we'd be having Scarlet and Violet's outbreaks? You know, on the smaller map you see all of a sudden like 60 of the same Pokemon, or 100. I think it's 100 actually. I mean, of course, like, they're not always gonna be... I mean, I guess in Legends Arceus they would always be there, like every single one of them. I don't know how it would be working. I mean, it definitely should be more than a 4 at once, though. Definitely should be. Hello. Hello, Alpha Krogunk. Yeah, also I cannot believe that it did take that long to be getting the first shiny Krogunk. It's stupid that it did take that long, or during this specifically. Like, I have gotten so many Toxicroaks and even the Alpha one. It's stupid. But it happens, I guess. Just like, it's not like it's that uncommon there. I mean, I feel like always that the Krogunk and Toxicroak are more there than the Gumi line in general. Even though I will still say that I think there should be mostly, if not only, just a Gumi line there. Because it's not... I don't know. Quite a good amount of the alphas in this game work that there is the alpha and then there is like the smaller evolutions or prevos of it, like around it, or the same one surrounding it. So, you know, that would be making sense that there would be more of those there. Also, I think one cool thing to be seeing in Legends CA, if they're gonna be having alphas in that game, is to be having like 2 rival alphas right next to each other. I think that would be kind of cool, and you could be seeing them battling together, because imagine how cool it would be that they would actually be like attacking each other and such. Silly thing, but I would kind of like it. How interestingly the mountain side is changing there. Anyways. But yeah, I think it would be kind of cool to be having like 2 rival alphas, because I'm kind of thinking, because the amount of like the Krogunk against Krogunk, not Sunkies, Krogunks and Toxicroaks there are, that maybe at some point there was supposed to be like both there. I know that Toxicroak already has an alpha location, but it still could have been there. There is alphas that are in 2 different places. There is Mothim, there is Carnivine, for example. I don't know honestly if there's any more, because I can't think of any more. But yeah, there could have been. I will say though that apart from that little puddle area, or I guess that's why there isn't anywhere else really the Toxicroak line in here. But I don't know, I just don't feel like it's too fitting in here. Because I will always be seeing the Krogunk line, especially for like something that is Shino related, to be in the Great Marsh. I'm gonna actually double check. I don't know, because it's for me like a location that I do be like feeling that they are in. Okay, that makes sense because on Diamond and Pearl it's literally only available in Great Marsh. Then it's a one route in Platinum. So yeah, it makes sense that I'm thinking then that it's there. It's only in the southern area. Rainy. Isn't there? Okay. Yeah, it makes sense then why I'm thinking that Krogan and Toxicrog should be like in muddy areas. I mean, technically there is mud there, but I know that in basically any other game, it's not like Krogan and Toxicrog are only available through like muddy places, but I will still most likely mostly be associating them with that kind of areas. It's just a long one, okay. Another mischievous there, which is so odd because there can normally just be a mischievous there. I was just like thinking, oh, that's normal. This is just, you know, your regular mischievous. And there's 3 more, and you're like, that's not normal. And I guess no one else is around there, but I will say though, one of the Pokemons that I definitely would from Hisui use again at some point in more traditional game is Hisuian Sneasel. I know that it's not really that much like the Pokemon for reasons of the true humanoid. But I like it. I mean, I definitely did, you know, use one in this game, but I would like to be using it again in more traditional Pokemon game, with mainly because of the battling mechanic. And I will say that there's some other ones as well that I would absolutely love to be using, but available very late into the game. Like, I will say that I understand that, you know, Pokemons are late in the game sometimes, but at the same time, why is Soru so late? I love the little fella. I love the little fella. Why is available so late? Shows no signs of stopping anytime soon, eh? Cool. But I'm gonna be leaving anyways. I think all of those Heracross were female. At least most of them were. That's pretty cool. Seems like the first hour of the day is gonna be a little bit more quiet on the amount of checks that I'm able to do, but it's still good. It's still good. There has been a bunch of like massive mass outbreaks, so they take time, and also try not to be rushing it today. It's not like I have any places to be today. But hey, still almost 10 checks though, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Guess this is most likely the last check before the ad break. To be indeed. Check out if the next one is empty, because I might be coming in here and chill and see if I can be getting a space-time distortion to be happening, because I'm okay, in quotes, wasting time on one of those. Completely fine with that indeed. It's always quite interesting to be like watching, you know, one of those videos that are talking about rare events in Pokemon and whatnots. And I'm like, then they're saying that there is nothing really in Legends Arceus. Then like two things pop to my mind, and it's, you know, a random Pokemon to be Alpha and Shiny. That's pretty rare. And the second, like, not that really rare thing, but it feels like the rare thing is indeed a space-time distortion. I know that they are technically not rare and stuff like that, but Jeez, do they feel like that almost always? Ah. Well, I'm gonna check a little bit of this then. No good for this time. It's a very empty map on one side. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'm gonna check a little bit of this. I live somewhere in the middle. If I can check out the whole outbreak, it is what it is. I don't really care that much. If I can, then you know, that's good. Oh, hello. Oh, there wasn't one in here. I'm gonna go to the nose pass spot where the nose pass is usually in. Be going ahead and hanging around in there. Sneasels here this time. We'll wait here then. Oh, yeah, most likely the massive mass outbreak is quite close to being gone. I know it's terrifying that it's raining. You know, you could be, bending time and say that there wouldn't be rain at this moment. Yeah, I know. It's a lot of work, but you could be still doing it. It's still saying that it may be going a little bit longer. Oh, hello there, Gyarados that is stuck in the ground. I gotta love this game. Let's get going then. I gotta love this game for being such a silly. Such a silly little game. You know, the usual, just Gyarados going to the ground. Yo, thanks for the bits. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 20 bits indeed. Also, thank you for the follow. Another one of those. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, depends on what you mean by completing the Pokédex. Yeah, because it really depends indeed what do you mean by completing the Pokédex, because just catching everything isn't too bad. If you're trying to be perfecting or get your research level 10, then yeah, it is quite a pain. Hope you're having a good day. But yeah, the only way that I have personally be completing Pokédex in this game is to just be, literally just be able to catch everything. I have not perfected, I have not been getting things to research level 10 because I can't be bothered with that. The things that I have at research level 10 are at least research level 10. Everything else is what it is, you know? I probably should be saying that's in this file because there is still the one file that I'll be doing 100% Pokédex completion. Which for me is that I'll be getting it to the perfect. I wonder if anyone has done in this game, like with the Pokemons, of course, that they can be getting like every like research task to be the max number that I'm assuming is 999. You have captured 999 of the Pokemon. You have defeated 999 of the Pokemon. Seen the moves 999 times. Because jeez, would that be an effort to be making? I mean, apart from the ones that, you know, require that they need to be flying or getting from the ores, I don't think that it's gonna be that bad. Hello? Hello, princess, how are you doing? Hope you're on a good day. Yeah, fair enough. I used to play this game a lot. I mean, I technically still am, but not as much as I used to be. But it's a pretty good game. Yeah, the battle mechanics of this game are... they are at best. Either the ones that you need to be doing the battling yourself or that you need to be battling with the Pokemon. But yeah, I don't play this game too much indeed. Oh no. I mean, taking breaks from games is sometimes a good thing though. Yeah. This game is nice. I mean, it is... as I said, I did play it at one point a lot, but nowadays not that much. As I said before, after this Alpha Gudra hunt, I'm gonna be most likely done with this game for now. Don't really have any hunts that I want to really be doing and such. And for me, in this game, they're releasing the replayability. Unfortunately. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think there has only been very few battles in this game that I did reset in the middle. I think one of them was Arceus and one of them was Electrode, because Cheese is that dude annoying. It's still, in my opinion, the hardest noble. Ooh, you have the Porygon line as shinies. In this game, that's pretty good. Yeah, because it has the orbs that will not stop following you. And yeah. But any of the space-time distortion exclusives are cool shinies in this game, because space-time distortions are such a pain. Indeed. Yeah, it is definitely a goal of mine to be getting at some point in this game, space-time distortion shiny, but it's most likely gonna be off stream because I can't be bothered to be waiting that long on stream. Oh, Launos pass. First random one of the day. Nice. Don't have too many of you. It's only the third one, I think. So not that many. Not that bad of a face. Nice. I have not really done runs, I think, that I'll be using all the starters. Oh, that's nice. Technically, it's only one DLC, but it is in two parts. But anyways. Yeah, there's two different stories in the DLC, indeed. Nice, it sounds like fun. Yeah, I would still need to Masuda on some of the starters, but I don't want to. I just don't want to. I hate Masuda. I hate eggs. They're boring. Ooh, nice. Little nose pass. Still like to be getting that alpha propo pass, but maybe one day, maybe one day. Nice. Sounds interesting indeed. They're doing maybe an Ocelot then? Or whatever my thing of them. Interesting. But then are you gonna be like including Hishui and evolution as different Pokemons? For example. So yeah, then you have 3 extras compared to normal starter amount. Yeah, fair game. I do be starters. I mean, technically, if you want to be counting spin-offs, then you could technically be using Plusle and Minun, I think, because they are in the Ranger games. Right? Starters. I mean, technically not, but... I mean, I don't know if you want to be using them, but... technically they are starters. I don't know, I haven't played those games, but I think Plusle and Minun are the starters in that game. Yeah, I haven't played the Ranger games myself. Yeah. I mean, technically, if you want to become very technical, you could be adding every single option that is in the mystery dungeon games, but that might be a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, I thought so, but technically you could. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I think Pikachu and Eevee should be fair games because let's go Pikachu and Eevee. But you do you. Yeah, you could be. You need to be evolving them in Legends Arceus to be getting the Hisuian War forms. Nice. I can just skip over here. Okay. Oh dear, good luck with that challenge, though. That seems interesting. And also because they are starters, especially when they hit their final form, I don't think it should be that bad. Because starters in general are pretty powerful. Because, you know, they are starters. I mean, apart from like Pikachu and Eevee, I guess, but... but that's about it, really. They were definitely good in the games that they did, like B-starters, especially Let's Go. Because they did get their special moves. Which is, you know, nice that they did. Did they make them a little OP? Maybe. Do I care? Not really. Yeah. Would be the easiest way to not be evolving it, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if you could even find one just lying around, because it's Scarlet and Violet and people are just throwing everything to the ground. Yeah. So you can buy Everstone before you can even encounter an EV then. It is basically at the start of the game if you ask me. Because for me the game doesn't really start until you have done all the school things in the start. Because then you like open all of the paths that you need to be doing. And such. Nice. Newer games will be nice in that you'll be getting access to. Usually very hard to be getting items very quickly. Because for example there is an item that I'm looking for called Lucky Egg that I find it a little ridiculous how hard it is to be finding sometimes, especially in the older games where Lucky Egg actually would be doing something. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's not like in case of Soul Silver or Hard Gold Soul Silver that it wouldn't be useful in the end, but still would be nice to be getting sometimes access to it a little bit sooner. Yeah. Yep, it's the case. I'm trying to be getting currently in my Soul Silver file. I'm trying to be getting Lucky Egg from Chansey. Evolving one Pokemon a little bit quicker. But it's a 5% chance to be holding from a 1% Pokemon, so it's gonna be taking a while. Thankfully I have a Frisk Pokemon in front, so it tells me if it's holding on to something or not. I mean, you can check the summary, I guess, and maybe from there you could be seeing if it's holding an item. But I don't know, I think Scarlet and Violet kind of got rid of at least most of the held items from wild Pokemon. In Soul Silver, Chansey is a very rare encounter in basically any game that it's in, to be fair. Probably the most famous is the 1% in the Safari Zone in the games of Kanto that have each. They don't flee straight away. You have like one, like they start to be fleeing at first, but then you have still time to be catching on to them before they like disappear. But there are chances they do be running away. Hello, Alpha Dusknor. From the Dusclops evolving. You know, they evolve in the wild. Yes, they do. Yeah, I thought so because Scarlet and Violet, they did remove quite a good amount of the held items from wild Pokemon. What do you mean that get more than one? But I will say one thing that is still nice that they did make Chansey to be having a chance to be holding into the lucky egg. Because she's in the older generation would be annoying to be evolving Happiny otherwise. What it do be, what it do be. It is kind of sad how many things they did remove in Scarlet and Violet Bottom. It happens over time, I guess. There's just so many things that have been a thing for so long. It just feels weird that they have removed them. I will say that I don't think that Lucky Egg is too necessary in Scarlet and Violet. It's very easy to be getting EXP from candies and whatever. So fair enough, I suppose. Well, unfortunate, I guess, but I can understand it. No, hello, Clefairy. Yes, I need to be going ahead and sing Alpha Clefable then. Oh no. Yeah. I'm still a little bit upset even if I wouldn't be using it myself that most of the abilities don't work outside of battle. I mean, for some they don't need to be working because sandwiches are a thing, but it is still a little unfortunate. One thing that they didn't get a replacement for, that would have been nice to be getting a replacement for with sandwiches, is the Q-Charm. Thank you for the follow. But I'm still thinking that most likely the reason why Q-Charm wouldn't ever be working in Scarlet and Violet is because the way that they are spawning in the dudes. It's still unfortunate. At least they made it a little bit easier to be getting the gender-specific evolutions in that game, like, you know, outbreaks are a thing. So it's not that bad that the Q-Charm isn't the thing anymore. But I mean, I would still like it to be. Or, you know, some sort of replacement. Don't know what kind of meal power it could be, but something. And I'm definitely the expelled. The expert on Scarlet and Wild sandwich making because I'm definitely using them a bunch. I'm using them a little bit, but not that much. Ah, no Kudra this time. Sad. Gonna check out one thing real quickly. Let's save. No, Q-Charm glitch Pokemons are not hacked, as far as I'm concerned. Or as far as I know. It's not like you're modifying the game to be giving you shinies. And Q-Charm glitch hasn't been a thing in ages. Only in Gen 4. I don't know. I haven't ever tried and I never will. But technically they shouldn't be counted as hacked because they are not. They're not hacked. But it would be, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if they would be, but at the same time, in my opinion, they shouldn't be locked from trading. But a Q-Charm glitch hasn't been a thing in ages. Only in Gen 4. It's only active with specific IDs and stuff like that even. It's one of the things that is quite hard to like accidentally be doing, you know? I mean, it definitely can happen, it's just, it's not that likely to accidentally be happening. And also it's not the easiest thing to be set upping for if you also want to be using it. Hello, Evie, how are you doing? You found the Coparacho? Because you were doing it yesterday, right? You found a Q fan Danico Baracha, nice. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Princess. I appreciate you stopping by. Have a great rest of the day. Yeah, it's Yakubaracha is not the easiest shiny to be seeing. I'm assuming that it was the case that it's easier to be seeing on paper than in the game. Yeah. For me, in Scarlet and Violet, probably the most interesting shiny that I was able to see without checking, I did like double check it though, is Sauce Bug. And it was the only Sauce Bug nearby with a group of deerlings. And Sauce Bug is not easy to be seeing. The shiny is unfortunately terrible. I mean, Deerling isn't as great either, but at least it has a cute flower that is easy to be seeing. Because with Saucebuck, the only thing that changes is the brown becomes like more saturated or something like that. Oh yeah, there was Slowpoke as well, but I don't think Slowpoke honestly is that bad. It could be the location that I did find it in. Could always be that. But Soulsbug was like, I'm surprised that I was able to be seeing it. It's such a shame though. I would wish that both Deerling and Soulsbug would be having better shinies. I mean, I guess Deerlings is fine because it makes sense not to be changing like the color of the main body. But still, it's kind of eh. It's just so stupid that it doesn't continue to sauce spark the pink spots. I hate it. Because I'm pretty sure with Saucebuck they're still like yellow, and it's stupid. Why couldn't they just be pink still? But anyways. But nice ones though. I definitely want to be hunting a Q-Fan at some point. Don't know in what game. I mean, there's only 2 options right now. And neither of them aren't too good to be hunting Q-Fans. I mean, I guess Scarlet and Violet is kind of okay, but there are usually sort of steel types nearby. Ursaring is a little bit out of the way, unfortunately. Isn't that far off, thankfully. I'm most likely gonna be having off day tomorrow. Okay, I'm not probably gonna be playing anything. My usual off days are Wednesday and Sunday. But on Thursday, I would like to say that if I'm feeling like it, then Galarian Farfetched. But we'll see, we'll see. Another rock already. Hasn't been too many today, and now there's two. It's close to each other, nice. I forgot about the bears. Thankfully it's easy to be getting back. And check them. Yeah, I'm gonna see how far and I can get to the next one, but I'm gonna be having ad break soon. Ad breaks are, as usual, good time to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break in some shape or form. Need to be. Oh yeah, I guess if people are interested in, I'm most likely not gonna be doing them because I don't care too much about them. But there is a new raid event coming in soon in Scarlet and Violet. If you're into those, they're soon indeed. It's fine, you know, you have your life. You have your life, you know, I understand. I like to say everything else, and then, you know, if you have time and want to join in, then join in. Yeah. Gonna just stay in here. The fella is destroying, or sleeping is good though. There is a potential, I guess, for us based on the distortion to be happening. So that's nice. I guess the only problem really of it showing up now is that yeah, the only problem of getting a space-time distortion now is that I've kind of done everything but the crow match. So, you know, I would be just flying about in places if that happens. Is, you know, understandable indeed. They're making sounds over there a lot, I see. And that's nothing too surprising, to be fair. Hello, cat. You decided to get out of your slumber and give me a little shock. I see how things are. Let's get going. There we go. Don't think, yeah, there doesn't seem to be a space-time distortion anywhere. Sad. To be fair, it has only happened few times. Because the first await is so long. It's 5 minutes, but you know, for me, usually spending in here 3 minutes or so, it's quite short. Considering that I'm not spending the entire time like outside, because if I like get in here to be checking the crowbat, it's gonna be like resetting the time. So yeah. And also, space-time distortions is also one of the things that I would have been liking if the game itself would have been, like, explaining them better. I don't even remember how they explain it, but I think there should have been, like, mentioned, like, how they are working. I'm always talking trash about space-time distortions because I absolutely love them, but I hate how long you need to be waiting for them. It's stupid. And I hate it. Cool things, cool things. And it's cool to be getting things that you wouldn't normally be getting in an area. Or you wouldn't be getting at that point in the game easily. You know, the strong style 40 times for what? Oh, cheers. Is your plan at some point be perfecting the game? Or the Pokédex? Yeah. It's the thing that I know a bunch of people go for. As I said plenty of times today already, that I'm gonna be doing it off stream for one of the files just because it's, you know, a nice project that you can be going ahead and wasting some time with if you don't know what else to be doing. Nice. I don't know how many exactly and what exactly I have done, but I remember that I have at least most of the legendaries done, because I wanted to start with them. Because I know that they are one of the most pain. Because it says, use the move 1,000,000 times. That's pretty good progress. But I think overall, for most dudes, it's the one that you will be completing the first, or one of the ones that you will be completing the first is the unknown, because both unknown and RQs are technically free. Because before you can be unlocking unknowns as, like, you know, random Pokemons, you need to be completing the alphabet challenge thing. So, yeah. It is kind of stupid that Unknown is one of the only Pokemons in this game that no matter what you do, you can't be getting a full art shiny out of that. As I said, because you need to be completing the alphabet thingy for it. And for that you get a... For that you get, like, the... like, perfect stat there. So, you know, it's always gonna be like that. Like, if you would like to, you can't. Nice. Yeah. It happens, unfortunately. Yeah, there is in Obsidian Fieldlands, or the first area, there is indeed an alpha cricket charge. Or whatever is the evolution of that. I think it's Krikachu that is the evolution. But yeah, there's a alpha for that there. Nice. So a pretty decent chance of getting them then. I mean, I'm personally, I can't be bothered with perfecting the decks in this game. So most odds are research level 10. Apart from, you know, massive mess outbreaks, because, you know, they have already increased odds. Yeah, Snorlax. Snorlax is annoying to be getting into the perfect stage. I mean, I will say that any of the ones that you need to be feeding a ridiculous amount of time are. Hello, cat. Are you coming into the table, or what are you gonna be doing? But yeah, it do be like that. Oh, Rumble Line, depending on how much you use the middle evolution, is kind of hard to be getting, so that's pretty nice. Because if you only do it with Rumbles, it's gonna be taking quite some time. The random chance to be getting either one of the evolutions is something else. Ooh. It's pretty good, that's pretty good. Yeah, there's two ways that I see people going about completing, like, or perfecting the Pokédex. Is that they either go by area or they go in the order. Good luck try to be finding a space-time distortion then. If you're doing Magnemite line. If you haven't captured them, that is. Yeah, Mothim is stupid easy. Mothim is stupid easy to be getting done. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it is a fair assumption that you would be thinking that you have already finished it. But yeah, fun fact about the Magnezone line is that during this hunt I did find one of the flying Magnezones to be shiny. And it is one of the only ones that have been like full odds. It's cool. The fun fact is that it's my second full odds flying Magnezone. Biggest one is from the file that I'm trying to be completing the Pokédex 100% or to perfect. It happens, you know. Oh, hello, Heracross. You scared me a little bit. Cool. You could get a shiny one. You could indeed. I'm surprised that this dude is not getting angry at me. Could you, like, turn? It's a back strike. Still got though. Nice. Another one to the box. Either my third or fourth one during this. I think I know for sure that I have found one, but I'm pretty sure I have found two. Could be wrong, I guess. That happens when you found 6 boxes of normal shinies during one hunt. But a face is a face. Let's move you to the correct box pasture thingamathing. Oh, hello there, Alpha Clefable, that I did find last time. Beautiful. Yeah, that's a very nice find from the last time. It's number 4 for today. Yeah. It's number 4 for today, so... almost a day party full already. I say already, it has been 2.5 hours, but... it's interesting. But I could be hitting the wall and not be getting anything for the next few hours. Always a possibility. Sure. I think I remember someone mentioning that. It's a long time ago, though. Oh, yeah, that's indeed nice. I mean, to be fair, I have found almost everything that this place has to offer as alphas that are guaranteed. I'm only missing 6. If I remember correctly. I mean, they all haven't been from the actual spots that they are in, but have been found still. Yeah, there wasn't anything on this one. Oh, hello, Gumi. A big alpha Gumi indeed. It's a little deeper there. Ah, no Kudra this time. Sad. Sad indeed. Yes, we can be checking out an Electivire. And I still don't need another one of them, but I mean, if I get one, it's cool. I don't need another hippo game. I've already found one hippo today, and it's good amount of hippos to be finding for one day. One is good enough for me. And the only reason why I can think of that you can be doing that because you haven't found them as shinies. But I doubt that that's the issue. The weird question is that I guess it could be broken if you have only found like an alpha shiny of it, but I doubt that that's the issue either. Could it be because it's a different gender? That I think is one of the reasons that it could be causing issues. Because if they have a gender difference, something like Floatzel for example has. It has a gender difference. So it could be just that because it's like you've gotten the other gender, that it doesn't know how to be displaying the shiny. Yeah, because they are like, you're not getting the entire that Pokemon as shinies in the Dex. You're getting only the very one specific one. Because if you have only a male shiny, you can be in the female spot and mark it as shiny. You need to be on the male side. If it indeed has a gender difference. Which I find very weird about that they are going like back and forth with that. Kind of like, do they have the entire line to be like, or entire Pokemon of that to be showing all the different forms to be shiny once you get one? But it do be what it do be, I guess. Because for example in Scarlet and Violet you can be getting only one of the forms as shiny and it's showing all the other forms. Which is understandable but kind of weird. Also thanks game for loading this place. I would wish that they would just be staying with one thing. And I think the more logical one is that they would be just staying in that... If you get a shiny, only that specific one will be showing in the decks as shiny, not any other forms. I mean, does it really matter for something like Minior where the shiny is the same? No. But for something like Hippowdon, where there is an actual difference in the shiny, then I think for something like that it should be the case. But of course it's easier to be doing like only one way and apply it to every Pokemon. This will be a little too much work, I would like to say, to be putting it like... These Pokemon will be showing each of the versions, but this one only gives one. But yeah, thankfully there isn't that many Pokemon that have a gender difference like that. That, you know, the color would be different. I mean, if there is, then, you know, it makes sense, like Hippowdon, that they normally look, like, so far apart from each other. But something like, indeed, like Rhydon, that is just, like, a small visual difference between female and male. You know, why would there be a completely different shiny? There's been few times that, you know, the male and female normally look different, but they have quite similar shinies. I think one of the closest ones is Oinkologne. Because it's like pink nonetheless. Another one is Meowstic. But, you know, they do be like following the same kind of shiny system between the two. It's just like normally one is more blue than white, and in shiny one is more yellow than white, and the other way around. But in like pretty much any other case, it's that if they are quite drastically different normally, they are gonna be having most likely quite drastically different shinies as well. And I will still kind of say that I find Oinkologne be having gender difference a little odd, but it do be what it do be. Just making sure, do you have an alpha one of that? If you do, then try to be putting it to alpha, non-alpha, see if, like, in one of the options it gives you the color option. Yeah, Dusko doesn't have a gender difference, I know that. But that shouldn't be an issue, though, the alpha one. That's odd. It's odd. I don't really know if I would be personally be having that kind of issue. I don't really mark things as shinies that much all the time. Yeah, I have no idea what could be causing that issue. That's strange. Could it be weirdly that Duskull for some reason can be displayed as shiny in the Pokédex? I guess it could, but I don't know. It would be kind of odd. Because I think there would be only one Pokemon that couldn't be displaying as shiny in this game. Because everything else you can transfer in, I guess. And it's the Enormous or whatever is the new, like, dude that is riding on a cloud. As you know, it's very much available as shiny in this game and in other main series games. Would there be any other Pokemon? It wouldn't be like possible at all to be having a shiny in the decks. Because most things, you know, you can transfer, so like that isn't an issue. You can just be transferring them. Speaking of alphas, I understand that they are meant to be like high level Pokemons of the area and everything. But sometimes it's kind of ridiculous like how much higher they are. As you know, doing a alpha only like playthrough of this game would be kind of hard. Because the alphas are just so high in levels. Not even speaking about how annoying they would be to be capturing. But yeah. Like, understandably they would be higher level, but I don't think that it's necessary that they would be that high in level, though. I don't think it's super duper necessary for them to be that high in level indeed. No. Well, that dude was angry for a long amount of time. I think one kind of Pokemon game also would be kind of nice to be seeing. I think I have a feeling that I've talked about this before, but maybe haven't. But since we have the games that are always stuck to daytime, why couldn't we be having a Pokemon game that would always be stuck to nighttime? shouldn't we be having that? I mean, I will say that I'm glad that we have, you know, day and night cycle in Pokemon games. It's making the games feel a little bit nicer. There is games that you're always gonna be like at daytime, like there is no day and night cycle like visibly seen. Like in the Gen 3 games, Let's Go Pikachu Eevee, it's always daytime in those games. You could still be getting the day and night evolutions, but like it doesn't like switch to day or nighttime. It's always like daytime. And in some Pokemon games, at least in certain parts of the story, you might be stuck in a certain time of day anyways, which is usually daytime. You can get an Eevee in Gen 3. It's found in the Celadon City, the building that you normally find Eevee in Gen 1 as well. And you can be getting Eevee to be evolving into Umbreon or Espeon in those games, Fire Red and Leaf Green. But you need to be unlocking the trading with other games, because before you unlock that, before you unlock the trading with other games in Fire Red and Leaf Green, you can't be getting Crobat, for example. No matter how high your friendship is, you need to be doing that post-game thing first. Or whatever part in the game it is. But yeah, you can be getting an Umbreon and Espeon at least in Fire Red and Leaf Green. And I'm pretty sure it's possible in the Hoenn games as well. It's just you need to be trading one. But it is possible to be evolving. The only problem is that if your eternal battery has died, but that's always an issue. Yeah. But I have always found it odd that, you know, Gen 2 did have like day and night cycle. But then they did remove it for one generation. And then like it's a thing nowadays. That there's day and night cycle in Pokemon games. Because the Gen 2 games, well, they weren't based on real time either. You were setting up the time, or you could be setting up the time to whatever. But then with the battery, it would be just ticking, you know, forwards. But I'm still so glad that Eternal Battery isn't a thing in Pokemon games anymore. Yes, honestly, there's so many places, especially in the Hoenn games, that you can be doing if your day and night cycle is not moving forward. Yo, you found a space-time distortion! You going for the Magnemite line? that was what you were talking about. Are you going for something else? In what area are you in? First area I'm pretty sure is Sneasel. Gross space-time distortion is the special one, and V-While. The second area it's Cyndaquil and Porygon. For the third area, the Cobalt Ghostlands, it's the Magnemite. The fourth area it's Fossils and Rowlet. The fifth area it's Scizor, kind of as a special one. And then Oshawott. But yeah, I'm glad that there isn't too many space-time distortion exclusives though. Because literally only the Porygon and the Magnemite line are there. Technically Magnezone isn't exclusive to there, but everything else is. I guess the Sneasel and V-While. I always forget that they are in the game. Because I will still say that in my opinion, Sneasel and the Chotonian or original Sneasel and the V-While, they didn't necessarily need to be in this game. I understand that, you know, V-While is a Gen 4 evolution, so, you know, most of them are in here. So I understand it for that, but at the same time, I don't think that they were too necessary to be adding to the game. Especially because they're such a pain to be finding in the first place. But it happens. It happens like that. Yeah. But I will also say one thing that sometimes I forget that some of the Gen 4 evolutions are a thing because I'm always like thinking that they have always been there. Main ones are Gliscor and Weavile. They're the main ones that I'm like, I'm always thinking, yeah, they've been in the games always, but no. They haven't. But it's just kind of like... I'm thinking that Sneasel and Weavile, or that Sneasel that evolves into Weavile, didn't need to be in this game is because I just say that it's it's not a version exclusive, it's Spacetime Distortion exclusive. And I just don't like Spacetime Distortions. Like, I like them, but I hate them. I talk about it a bunch in this game that I absolutely love the idea, but I hate the execution of them. But you know, you can't be having a Hishuian version and, you know, the original version that, you know, was before it. You can't be having them in the same place. It's impossible. But I'm gonna try quickly be running through this, and then it's time for another break. Indeed. I would like to say that Eevee could have been in the games still. I guess Eevee has been a thing most likely for quite some time because it has so many evolutions. So, you know, it had the time, over time, to be evolving into so many things, you know. But yeah. As much as I like evolutions and such, sometimes it feels like it would be nice to be having a game without them. It's quite unlikely. Could be. Definitely could be. Yeah, Gen 6 was the last generation that we did get an evolution. It's gonna be Eevee specifically. It's gonna be getting a mega evolution that is combining all of the different evolutions into one. That none of the evolutions will be getting. Evian has been joked about so much, it's insane. Let's get back to Super Life then. And wait there. Let's get going on then. There is indeed an Onyx outbreak there. That is a little out of the way. Actually, it isn't, because the path that I'm taking now. I was thinking that normally it would be out of the way, but yeah, no, now it isn't, because the path that I'm taking. Because I normally don't go there. Oh, that's nice. Very nice indeed. But I will also say that Sneasel is one of the easiest space-time distortion exclusives to be getting to be perfected. I guess starters are easy because massive mass outbreaks are a thing. Scissor is easy because, you know, you can be just evolving bunch of Siders. Oh, hello! Speaking of evolving Cider. I mean, I'm not gonna be evolving one. But hey, that's pretty cool. I didn't really notice you before you sparkle, but I'm not too surprised. You're not the greatest shiny difference. Nice one nonetheless. Well, that's the first Cider. Yeah, getting Scissor to be from the space-time distortion exclusive, it's not that bad because indeed you can just be evolving bunch of Siders just into Scissorus. But yeah. Yes, Sneasel isn't too bad because you can do everything but the gender difference ones with the Hishu and Sneasel. Yeah, Crodle, if you want to be just finding them in the wild, it is kind of bad. Thankfully, again, it's available in massive mass outbreaks, so it isn't that bad. And mass outbreaks. But yeah, I know that a bunch of people did struggle with Crodle. One place in the entire map. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is a starter, I guess, so... You know, it makes sense in that, but... Yeah... Oh, I didn't see the Onyx there. Fastest way to be getting there is from there. I was too distracted by the cider. Yeah, cider isn't the greatest of shinies. I don't mind it, it's just not the best. I like the evolutions a lot though. Cleaver is nice and mossy green and Scissor is nice and like very bright green. Like them. We've honestly lately been able to find like new Chinese for this, which is kind of odd considering the fact that, you know, I have so many already, but hey, I'll take that. Not the biggest fan of the dude, but hey. Still nice. I like that we have only found today one male shiny and it's the Heracross. Everything else is female. It happens. Hello, Crowlet. Unfortunately, I need to be saying no. Even though I'm personally not the biggest of fan of Hisuian Crowlet and Arcanine, they're not bad by any means, it's just there's a lot more other Hisui uniforms that I prefer over them. And I've talked about a lot of their shinies that they're fine, but original ones are better. The shinies. And probably the most funnest thing is as well that Hisuian Crowlet is one of the few Pokemons that... like when you have the picture on the Pokédex, it's very hard to be like seeing that it's shiny. because of the way that the picture is. There's thankfully very few Pokemons that are like that. But it is kind of still just stupid. Go. But yeah, still one thing is a thing that I really hope to be the case in Legends CA though, is that is that that you know, then when we did have like noble Pokemons and some of the Hisuian evolutions, I would wish that they would be available in the wild. If there is gonna be like whatever is the past version of Kalos gonna be called, versions of Pokemons, I really wish that we could be fighting the final forms in the wild as well. Because it's kind of the way that the Pokemon is going that things are available in the wild as like fully evolved ones. So I'm really hoping that they keep it going and stuff like that. I really do hope that they keep it going. I guess for me, it's kind of a bummer that you can be fighting something like... You can be fighting something like... I don't know, Cleavor in the wild. I know that there's the noble, but, you know, it doesn't count because you can't capture it. Yeah, Duskull is honestly for me as well like a Pokemon that I'm surprised that I haven't caught in this file. If at all, a shiny. Because I have like at least one Dusclops in this game. I'm like, how have I not been finding a Duskull? Considering that it's a quite common one in the mass outbreaks. Like there's a bunch of locations that there's just a ridiculous amount of them. Most of the time, at least for me. We good? Yeah, seems like. Oh, Nitro. Is it weird? Couple of 12 frames there. Thankfully it stopped there. Has been a while since that has happened, for sure. But it happens sometimes like that. But one thing that I have definitely learned from this game is that you shouldn't really be saying that you haven't found X Pokemon as shiny, because then you're gonna be just finding all of them as shinies, you know? Because I remember that someone was complaining that they haven't gotten... I'm not really complaining, but saying that they haven't found a shiny Starly in this game, and then they like found a million of them. And the same thing is kind of with Pawmi in Scarlet and Violet. That people are like, I'm surprised that I haven't found too many of them, and then they like find 20. I mean, I kind of get it because, you know, both of them are like kind of a little bit of everywhere Pokemon. So it makes sense, like, why are you questioning sometimes that you don't have them yet? But I still will be saying to you, game, that I'm kind of disappointed that I haven't found either a Bronzorn or Bronzor or Gligar in a while. This has been stupid long since I've been getting one of those dudes. And it's like one of the most common ones that I've been getting during this. They ran out of the shinies of those kinds. Imagine if there would honestly be just a limited amount of shinies per game that you could be getting from one evolutionary line. I mean, then again, I would kind of see them to be doing that. Weirdly. I would kind of see them to be doing that weirdly indeed. Nice. I mean, at least if you have a bunch of moves that have a bunch of, you know, usage, then it's not gonna be that bad, but it still is a pain. But still, in my opinion, I always will be talking about it when talking about Dex completion, is that, in my opinion, the most annoying Pokemon to be perfecting is Azelf. Just because, you know, you can only be getting one per game, and it's not like most likely you would be transferring one to this game. Because why would you, honestly? It's only one Azelf in the game, but yeah, you need to be using self-destruct. I think it's like 20 times or something, and it's kind of stupid. Because, yeah, sure, there is like Electrode or something like that you need to be using self-destruct like an X amount of times. But at least you can be having a whole party of them. With Azelf, you're most likely just gonna be having one. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if you don't care to be perfecting stuff, it doesn't matter do you do legendaries or not. But yeah, if you want to be doing like 100% completion to the dex, then Azelf is one of the worst ones. Yeah, you can't hunt them. Everything that is related more or less to the story is shiny locked in this game. The unknowns that you find, the alphabet, the first spirit room that you will be ever seeing, / capturing, legendaries, mythicals, whatever things. The dudes with the lake trio attached to them. aka basically everything that, you know, is indeed story related, one way or the other. If it isn't a certain quest for a Ponyta, but the whole idea is that you'll be finding a shiny with that. It is literally the whole idea is that you'll be finding a shiny. I forgot about the Crogunks. Honestly, that's probably the best way, I think. Is that for the first area, or for what you're saying out of 40? Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, strong styles, they do be going quite fast, especially as I said, if you do be, or the moves mostly will be going quite fast if you just be getting a Pokemon with bunch of moves and get bunch of the same Pokemon in your party. Oh yeah, I know few Pokemons that you're not gonna be looking forward to because no one ever is. It's the few Pokemon that you need to be getting from the trees that have always guaranteed to be in the trees if the certain trees are shaking, but you know, you would be needing to run the chance that the tree is shaking in the first place. It's thankfully only very few of them. But yeah, for example, there is indeed Apom and Vespaquin. But if you know what trees to be looking forward to and you see them to be shaking, they're always guaranteed to be having either Apom or Vespaquin, depending on which one you're going for. I don't know exactly what trees they are, but there is a list for them for sure somewhere. Cherim isn't that bad though. It is definitely one of the most annoying ones, but it's not that bad. I mean, I still don't like it, but eh. At least the good thing is, I will say that much, that Cherubi has an outbreak. And if you just evolve them during daytime, you will be able to get the catch an X amount during daytime as well. Which is so nice that it's a feature. You don't actually need to be, like, only be playing during daytime and shaking throws. These that Cherim is most likely in. I'm surprised that someone did see me. I was pretty far in the air. But yeah, one thing is gonna be interesting to be seeing about Legends CA as well that I just thought about is that it is interesting to going to be seeing, are they gonna be including every Pokemon that do have Megas? I mean, to be fair, there isn't that many of them. Like, are Megas like that big of a focus or not is a different question, of course. Nice. One less to be worried about. What is your... because I'm curious about those peoples that are doing like the Pokédex completion thing. How far are you in the points in the solar system? Nice. I know that it's still far away, but at the same time you're not that far away from the max then. Because if I remember correctly, you can't be getting it to 100k, it's gonna be 9,999. Something like that. That's gonna be the max in this game. It's gonna be taking a while for sure, but you're not that far off from it. But I would like to say that I'm not gonna be that, that far in myself, because, I mean, I haven't really concentrated on completing it with this one. It's probably decently high still. You look the same, but I'm gonna double check. Yeah, they're the same. The Alpha Clefable still knows how to be scary. Silly. Silly fella indeed. I will say that I'm still surprised for the amount of dark chicks that I've been seeing. That I haven't found a single shiny one. I mean, to be fair, I have found 2 Rowlets while doing this. Still, like, I see a decent amount of, you know, dark tricks and not a single one. No more hippos today. I don't want more hippos. There we go. Already head out of here. To be fair, I'm pretty far in. I was thinking that I would be lower, but 68,500 isn't too bad. As I said, considering the fact that I haven't really concentrated on it. It is pretty high because I was, like, when I was more playing this game, I was doing massive mass outbreaks, and, you know, from those you will be getting quite a good amount of the ones that you need to be going to be capturing multiple different times. I rarely do be sticky clopping them or whatever my things. I can't be bothered. I'd rather be going in battle with them and capture them that way. Because I'm not that good in this game to be doing any catching still. As much as I've done it, but not that good at it at all. This is a pretty empty one, and that's why it's so disappointing that there is no Gudra in this one. There's an Alpha Hauncher, then there was an Alpha Ghastly, and now there is a random Alpha Rotom there. Pretty close to each other. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. That be happening indeed like that sometimes. I haven't ever played Chem myself. Definitely interesting looking game. I mean, I'm always saying that if you want to be playing it, I guess it doesn't hurt to try. I guess most of the time it's quite hard to be knowing do you like the game or not before you play it yourself. Because you know the game can be looking like very cool when someone else is playing it, but in actuality it's you know. Or it could be the other way around, that it looks on like when you're watching it, but then you like to be playing it. Hard to be saying do you like games or not if you don't try them for some reason. You mean like to check your stats and whatever's? You go to, in this thing, go to the statue section and then check summary with plus or there with A. if that's what you're talking about. You need to be pressing up on the D-pad. In the pastures it works quite similar if I remember correctly. Like you need to be like pressing A on top of it and then the menu pops up. But you need to be on the first selection tool though in order to be doing that. Because if you are not on the first selection tool in the boxes, it's either gonna be always be moving it or it's gonna be multi-selecting things. You're all from Mistress right next to each other, jeez. But yeah, I get it, how it can sometimes be confusing when you're switching between games. I always complain that they should be just having the same button layout for each of the games, especially nowadays. Because for me it's easy to be like, if I'm playing on a DS, some Pokemon games, it's a lot easier to be, you know, understanding that of course it's gonna be different buttons. But playing like 3 quite different working Switch games, you mix things up, at least I do. Sword and Shield, the only thing that I honestly struggle in Sword and Shield is that I press Y to be opening the map. That's like the only thing that I struggle in Sword and Shield. Do you need it to be having a fighting move? Jeez. Another Alpha Zubat. It goes flying, right? Is it the case that it is 4 times resisting it? Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Because I think Ghost resists. And reflu. Yeah, fair enough, but then again, Burmese is quite a weak Pokemon. Yeah, it 4 times resist that. But yeah. Burmese special attack is a whole of 29. So that could be explaining it. Why it's surviving it. And Rifle's like special defense was like 44, if I remember correctly. I did check that one out as well. So it kind of makes sense that it's surviving. But yeah. Pokemon stats be silly like that. No orange over there. Yeah. I do big white high. Because I'm 90% sure that Struggle Bug is a special move. Do you need to be caring which ones it evolves into? Or can you just do just 3 Burmese? Nice. That shouldn't be that bad then. If you just need to be evolving 3 of them. Yeah, but I was just thinking that do you have all the Wormadam forms? Nice. Hopefully Wormadam isn't that big of an issue for you then. The only like problematic thing I can think of indeed is to be getting each of the forms. But that isn't that bad, you just need to be going into the locations that you know that there is Spermy or Wormadam in that form, or cloak, whatever my thing is called. Let's go. And I mean, I guess the only thing that I can also think of that you could be struggling with is to be... I think you need to be seeing a certain amount of Wormadams from trees. It isn't that bad to be doing, to be fair, but... it is still kind of a pain. Stop giving me Elekid's game. I don't like Elekid. Thank you for giving me more. I will say though that one thing would have been kind of annoying if they wouldn't have dunnage in this game, since there is the mission. I think I've talked about this before, but anyways, since there's the mission that there's the mission that you need to be like giving honey from like different combis that are caught in different areas. Imagine if the Pokédex also would be requiring you to be getting an X amount from all of the areas. It would be stupid. It is still like necessary that you need to be completing the side quest. Of course. Because for everything it's the case. But yeah, if it still works, I think you can just evolve Burmese as well. So that should be at least a little bit of help for you with the Wormadams. If you have just indeed be found enough of them from trees, Wormadams. But that isn't too bad. But yeah, after this check, another ad break coming in indeed. It did. I mean, it's the base, of course, what I'm looking from the internet, but yeah. It did. Imagine you could maybe one-shot a level 3 Drifloon if you evolve. What luxury is that? Another thing from the rock. Let's go. Sick flip, I guess. Loading Pokeball, even though it still should be a strange ball game. There we go. Back to Jubilife we go. If there's an empty one, I'll be coming back and seeing if I can be getting indeed a space-time distortion to be happening. I'm gonna try. Chance. I'll take it. And try to be getting the space-time distortion to be happening. So it means that I will be only sleeping until evening. It's raining. No. There we go. And we wait. It's gonna be nighttime when I get you the Miss Mages. Well, let's see. There is indeed a chance that a space-time distortion will be happening. But we'll see, we'll see. It's kind of good to be getting it, like... And I started searching at the beginning, because then I have less time that I need to be wasting to be looking at other things. It's always nice. Still no red Gyarados. When or if I will be finding a red Gyarados, I might be starting to skip out on that location. Because it's literally the only thing that I don't have from that area. Literally the only one, because... I mean, I don't have a Sneasel from that location, but I have it already. I mean, it doesn't really save any time, so it doesn't really matter do I go for there or not. But at least it's a chance that I could be, like... skipping out on it, I guess. You're using physical attack on each question mark? If Lizzie is the same as Chansey defensive wise, it's questionable indeed. Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing that you're the Garchomp. So you were saying that Garchomp didn't have the fighting type move. I don't know if this game has stab and how big part the stab move would be playing a part. Oh, using Poison Jab. What is... That's a very full map, by the way. Jeez. Let me check out real quickly. Lizzie. How much bulky it is. Go past it. Its defense is only 10, but the problem is that it has 255 HP. Well, I mean, I would be suggesting that if you're just in general try to be defeating Blizzies, then you don't need to be caring about a poison move. I would suggest to be using stab moves. Like either like something like Earthquake or whatever would be a dragon move for a Garchomp that is physical. You found a shiny? Yo! I mean, it's a nice golden nugget. You can sell it for a high price in a store. I know. I know the feeling. I'm gonna double check, but I think I'm like at number 15 or something like that for Glide. I have found 15 Glygars during this hunt. To be fair, it is quite common in here, but still. And I already did have some Glygars, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it happens. I think one of my, if I remember correctly, one of my most common shinies in this game is Trifloon. Nice shiny, but kind of bored of it at the same time. Indeed. I mean, if I remember correctly, it's only 1% chance that a random Pokemon will be turning into an Alpha Ride. So you know it is quite rare. But it definitely can happen, it has happened to me. I don't know how they work in mass outbreaks or massive mass outbreaks though, I just know the random one. Which I'm pretty sure it's 1% chance for a random one to be turning into an alpha. But yeah, just sell it in a store for a high price. It's just a regular old golden nugget. uh... Indeed, it's definitely not a Geodude. It's kind of why I'm always like choking to friends who find a bunch of shiny executes on Fire Red, Leaf Green, Safari Zone. That, you know, you can just be selling them. It's a bunch of golden nuggets. One of them may or may not be broken, but don't sell that one, sell the other ones. Indeed, it is definitely not. uh... But honestly, Scarlet and Violet's Magikarp, if there needs to be a place in Scarlet and Violet that you could be selling your shiny Magikarps, because it literally looks like it's gold, made of out of gold in that game because of the textures. And, like, needs to be a place that you could be selling them. I love the texture on the shiny Magikarp. I mean, the regular one, it looks cool, but you know, the shiny one makes it even better. I've talked about it a bunch, that how... At least I only did start to see Magikarp's shiny as a golden shiny in Scarlet and Violet. That it's like golden shiny. Before that it was just a yellow shiny for me. Indeed. It's literally a golden fish. Like, overall they did make like wet and metallic textures right in Scarlet and Violet. For metallic textures, I think the only bad one really is indeed a one that a bunch of people talk trash about, Sandy Shocks, because of the area that it's in. And for wet textures, I think like bad one is Poliwag. Like, Poliwag is already hard to be telling that it's shiny, but the wet texture on it makes it even harder. Don't get me wrong, I still absolutely love all the changes, but it's just a little unfortunate. But then again, you know, the experiment on things make things better for the next one, right? Yeah. I mean, I would like to say that most likely Notch. Especially if you're like also concentrating to like the magnets. Because those are like, in my opinion, and a bunch of other people's opinion, the best way to be knowing that it's shiny. Because you can't really see the golden texture. You can, or color. You can see the golden color, but it's a lot harder than it should be. I mean, it's not the dude's fault. It's just the case that it's so damn bright in there. And I don't still get it. How it can be the brightest place in whole Valdea. Considering that there's pretty thick clouds there as well. Like, do they have their own sun or something there? What's going on? But yeah, I've been trying to be going for Sandy Shocks as well. I mean, me, as usual, be only using Encounter Power 2 to be boosting the ones. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I guess, like, funnily enough, it's not that far away that you will be getting Solgaleo in that game. I mean, it's of course, like, after the second part of the DLC, but still. It's not that far. Nothing in here nice, but it's still nice and stormy, I see. But yeah, only 25 more to be going, and... you know, 2,200. Not that bad. I mean, it's still gonna be taking like an hour or two, but still not that bad. Was indeed the goal today to at least be hitting that. But yeah, good luck to anyone else to be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something indeed. But if speaking of like sun related Pokemons, it's kind of stupid how many Pokemons were like the sun Pokemon before Solgaleo. There isn't that many, but it's like first it was kind of Entei because of the movie. Oh, a shiny Psyduck and the blue duck, let's go! A nice one. Yeah, kind of Entei was kind of the sun Pokemon in the movie. Not necessarily, but it would be making sense anyway. It's a fire type, I guess. Then on Gen 3 we did get the Solar Rock. Indeed. It is a meteorite, but you know, it's shaped like a sun. It will be shaped like a sun. And then there was the weird thing with Volcarona that it became the sun at some point and like... Jeez. And I think there has been recent Pokédex entries that say that Volcarona was like, or Larvesta or who... It was a Pokemon that did like, it was said that it did destroy the sun. Or something like that. And then, you know, then afterwards, you know, Solgaleo. But yeah, I know that not everyone is the biggest fan of Shiny Solgaleo because it's not the greatest, I will say that, but I don't mind it per se. But I think another way that they could have been doing a Shiny Solgaleo would have been making it black. Not because it's cool or anything, but I'm thinking of that, you know, sun is just a big star and stars to be exploding. It could be either representing. I don't know how to speak that word. It could be like notch to that. Or to, you know, solar eclipse is another thing that it could be referring to. And yeah, I don't mind shiny Solgaleo. I just understand that it's not everyone's favorite either. I mean, I don't like it that much, but it is what it is. It makes sense in its own ways. I don't mind it. I just thought of one thing that, you know, HMs when they were a thing and such, you know, especially the necessary ones. I wonder how many people did struggle with strength on Kanto games. Apart from Let's Go. Because, you know, technically you can just be avoiding strength before Victory Road. Like, you can literally just skip it. You don't need to get it. Because you can just be surfing from Pallet Town to, you know, the Cinnabar Island or whatever is the place called. So, you know, you don't need strength in the Seafoam Islands. Island. You can, like, totally just skip on it. Because, you know, you need to be getting it from the safari, so you need to be getting the golden tooth. The dude, and, you know, that way you get it. Because I think that's one of the, like, in my opinion, kind of weirdly hard to be getting HMs, considering that, you know, it is a necessary one. Like, I understand that something like Flash would be harder to be finding, but, you know, you don't absolutely need it. Like, it is helpful, for sure, but you don't need it in order to be completing the game. It's just kind of odd that it is, like, so hard to be getting it. And kind of makes you wonder why. Kind of makes you wonder why it's the case. I mean, I will say that there is some, like, HMs that are a little bit out of the way to be getting for sure. But at the same time, most of them, you know, are easily findable in the path that, you know, the game kind of pushes you into. Because, you know, after a certain point, like, I think everyone would be going into the Safari game to try to be getting something from there. Because they have, like, looked everywhere else to be getting the next necessary item to be continuing the story. But at the same time, it is kind of out of the way, especially with the golden tooth, because, like, you might be getting it and I think that oh, that's a weird thing to be getting. And then you know, be there. Question things. I mean, I guess there is maybe some hints, but I still find it odd how hard it is. Even though, you know, I'm an adult and it's not that hard to be like actually doing, but still like it is kind of why? Nice. Hope it doesn't take too long then. I mean, Shingsline shouldn't be that bad, right? Yeah, that isn't that bad then. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Another like Pokemons that are always annoying to try to be complete in the decks for in Legends Arceus is the small water Pokemon that get aggressive, but you need to be capturing them without them noticing. Thankfully there isn't too many, but why? Why are they a thing? I hate that. Because there is Barboach and Remoraid. At least. From a small aggressive fish that you need to be capturing without them noticing. Oh, that's mean. Oh yeah, still probably one of the funnest and the most frustrating things about this game is if you want to do the battle things with, like, you know, the Pokemons against like predetermined like dudes. Jeez, are they annoying. Because I don't know for what reason, but they did like remove like from some Pokemon like almost the entirety of the moveset that they have. For example, you know, I think literally the only attacking move that Cricket Hot gets is Struggle Bug. Or something like that. I mean, I get it that they might not have been like in that point in the evolution that they would be knowing things, but at the same time it's like for something like indeed like Trigaton, it was already like a weak Pokemon and not that well used. Why did you need to be making it so bad? And the thing is that you can't even, like, get it any moves. Like, in any way, shape, or form. It's just like, yeah. Here is practically a useless Pokemon for you. I mean, I will say that Kricketot and Kricketune aren't, you know, the most impressive Pokemon still, but like nowadays, but at least they get maybe one more move. It happens. I mean, Bidoof's catch rate is quite low. Or quite high, I guess. It's easy to capture anyways. It depends on what way you look at, is it high or low? Low chance of, you know, you're not gonna be capturing it, by a, you know, high chance that you capture it. But yeah, one of the only places that I accidentally try to be catching things is indeed in the Safari games. Mainly because I'm thinking that I'm in a different menu. Because for example in Great Marsh in BDSP, I'm like using the Sweet Sand thing. And then I'm thinking like I'm in the Sweet Sand like menu, I'm just gonna be doing that, but yeah. No, I'm still in the battle with the dude. Hello, tank growth. I don't know why, but I'm kind of thinking that Tangela could be weirdly be getting a split evolution. You know, all these years later. Mostly for the reason that, you know, it's more or less based on like Medusa, you know, the dude that will be turning things to stone. And for me, Tancred doesn't really give that vibes. Those vibes indeed. So what if we would be getting specifically female-only evolution, which would be kind of weird. But then again, it's not like it would be the first time that was first 50-50 and then got a gender-specific evolution. And I guess make it look like it more like has hair, could be part rock type. For the reason that it's turning things into stone. I don't know. I mean, Burmy is like always evolving into things that specifically like that is decided by its gender. Like males are always Mothims and females are always Vermidam. But there is like things like these Pokemons like Frostlass, Glalie, and then there is Gardevoir, Gallade. That the first one introduced is like 50-50, the other one is always one gender. But yeah. But still, more than anything, I want a male-only evolution. You know, be different from like Salandit and Vespiquen. Do that, but you know, only males can be evolving. There's so many kinds of things that I would be hoping to be the case, and I talk about them a lot because I really want them to be a thing. But maybe one day, maybe one day. I will say though that Kaburmi. It's just, even though the trash form, you could be seeing that it already has like everything in it. It has even more everything in it. It would be having entire buildings attached to it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind to be getting something like Burmy again, though, that, you know, males will be evolving into one thing and females would be evolving into other thing. Because we don't get it too often. It's just a G-Max Garbodor, yeah. But I don't know, like, if it's a Mega Burmy and Burmy is already, like, putting things of its surroundings to itself, so... Like, instead of, like, putting... like, trash, let's just put entire buildings. Or entire trees for the plant cloak. I don't know, sand castles for the sand form. But yeah, I wouldn't mind the idea of Mega Burmy. It's just like kind of what it would be covered with then. A whole pyramid on top of the dude. Could be interesting. Oh, hello, shiny bonito. I still will say that I don't understand how these things are surviving in the rain if they're disappearing when it's raining normally. But anyways. We'll live on Burmy. I mean, I think that would be more of a thing for a Mega Torterra than anything, because Torterra is anyways based on those lions that are carrying like the entire world on their back. So that would be making more sense for Mega Torterra. Not turtle, it's turtles, not lions. Anyways, those things. I don't know, why did I say lions? I mean, I guess it could be somewhere. Lions. Yeah. Burmese. Now the planet. Don't need to be going there. It's based on a bagworm, I think. If I remember correctly. I think it's based on a bagworm or something like that. If I remember correctly. Let's check out. Yeah, sure. Let's move the dude then. Move the dude indeed. I guess I still managed to squeeze in at least a party full of shinies today. Interesting, interesting. EV outbreaks are always so annoying to be missing out on, but Alpha Gudra is the target. Anyways, there's a lot of rare ones that it feels bad to be missing out on them, but hey. It do be like that sometimes. Uh, there we go. Well, welcome back then. But yeah, for me, probably one of the strangest things about Burmy is that only in Legends Arceus it has like different Pokédex entries for its different forms. Considering that a bunch of other forms for other Pokemons have had them for quite some time. Mega Burmy incoming. It gets boost in every single stat, but its special attack. Special attack will still be 29. uh. Let's squish in one more, shall we? Before the break, indeed. It's a little bit out of the way, but shouldn't be too bad. Also, fun fact, if you didn't know that the that the reason why, or most likely the reason why Bonsai has a hole on its back is because most of plant pots, they have like a little hole, so there wouldn't be too much water in there. And since it's, you know, based on a fake plant. It is a strange one to be having one, but that would, you know, be a reason to be having a hole in the back. I don't personally have too many of those flower pots that would be having indeed a hole that will be letting the excess water to be going away, because otherwise, you know, the plant is kind of drowning. But then again, usually when I'm watering the plants, I don't water them that much. That it would be necessary. Consider Odom there correctly. Mega Burmy. definitely a thing. Because it wouldn't be at all odd that, you know, the first of the line would be getting a mega evolution or anything. Nah, you know, it's just a normal thing. Normal thing to be happening. I mean, then again, did we be having situations like Gigantamax, Eevee, and Pikachu, for example, that lose it after they evolve the Gigantamax form? Yes. Let's see if there's an empty one. If there is, I'm gonna be coming back in here. If not, I most likely will be staying in Jubilive. Remember for that there is the evolution item for trade evolutions. So it isn't that bad. It's still annoying, but at least you don't actually have to be doing trading with players. Soon. There we go. But yeah, I don't know if you did hear me or not, but remember that there is an item for the trade evolutions in this game. So you don't need to actually trade them. It is annoying to be getting them, I know. I mean, I guess if you need to be working on space-time distortion Pokemons, you should be doing those, because you can be getting the item from there. So that's at least something. But my question is though, does it still work if you will be evolving Machop into Machoke? Does it count for the Machoke? Because I know that at some point it was the thing that if you evolved into that, it also counted to the evolving thing. I would suggest testing that out, because that could be helping you. I mean, you might still need, I guess, Machamps, but... Oh, okay. Yeah, then. It's a bummer. Yeah. Because I knew that there was, at some point, it was indeed a thing that... the medial evolution was the easiest to be getting the number evolved to be the highest, because it counted both the Prevo evolving into it and then the evolution to the bigger one. Yeah. They could have very well be switching it. I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, is it a really weird thing to be, in quotes, fixing? Yes, but then again, would it be so... of them to be fixing weird things? Yes. Yes, it would. But yeah, but if that would be working, then, you know, I would suggest we be doing that. But if it's not, then, you know... Fair enough. Fair enough. Because I think in my decks it's even a thing. And if we go to the very beginning, I go from the back, I see that I have, for example, Oshawott to be the case that that it's the case. At least some of them were like that. Oh, you don't have Kadabra down? Oh no. I mean, I will say that at least there isn't too many Pokemons in this game that evolve with the trade evolution item that is replacing the trades. Because thankfully the ones that evolve while holding into something, the ones that are holding into something and evolving while they have been traded, you just need to be using like those items. Okay. That doesn't sound that bad then. Hollow Mind is annoying for sure. It has so many like things that it displays when you're using it, but apart from that, not the worst. Oh, Magikarp. Nice. Hello. Wrong one game. Hello. My third one during this. At least you're not running away. What? What would you be crying about? Oh, and Infernape is definitely an annoying one, even if you would be using massive mass outbreaks. Ah, it's annoying. Yeah, it's annoying how hard it is to be getting the Shino starters middle evolutions in general, but to be perfecting them they are even worse. Ooh, the Magikarp then? Yeah. I mean, thankfully the middle evolutions are relatively common in the massive mass outbreaks, so at least they have that going for them. Oh yeah, I meant to be checking one other one that I think that... Based on this... Have we evolved 11 Porygon Chews? Jeez. I've only 5 Porygon Z's. I have evolved 11 of them, so at least it was the case that you could just be doing that. Because only 5, you know... It's not like I have evolved 11 of them to be Porygon Z. It is the example of the case that like only 5 of those have been evolved into Porygon Z. So for me, yeah, 6 there. I've evolved 6 Porygon, and those 6 counted for a number evolved for Porygon Chew. As I said, I don't know if it has been weirdly be fixed, but I guess it could be worth a try. For those annoying, you need an item to be evolving to the final thread evolution for. Male or female? The important question. Ah, unfortunate, but a cool one nonetheless. It's a nice shiny. I need to be maybe a little bit quicker because it's not too long that it's nighttime. If I even can get there in time. And I will just be quickly then be making it nighttime. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly make it nighttime so I can check out Miss Mages. Mario, don't be a cool shiny, it's just annoying. I don't really like Vesperqueen as much, but I don't know what it is about the blue. The red dot that the female gets. I like that, like alone. I don't know why I like it. This looks cool. But I know that Combi or Vesperqueen are one of the most annoying to be getting, as shinies to be the correct one for Combi. And Vesperqueen, since there isn't really that many Vesperqueens. But another one that if you really want to be completing the entirety of the decks as shinies, that is gonna be annoying. It's gonna be Burmy because all the cloak forms, and then you need to be getting enough females to be evolving into Wormadams. Nice. I forgot about the Hippowdon. We'll go there, I guess. I don't want more hippos. If you want to be giving me a hippo, at least give me the female one again. I still will always be saying that I do be preferring the female of the Hippowdon line in both evolutionary stages more than the male one. It's only females. And I love it because the icon is always male. Silly game. I mean, at least it gave me the female ones. Slowly but surely, we're taking them down. I mean, even though you're going for the ones that you have mostly done, it seems like you've done quite a good amount of them today. You found a worm dam. Nice. Yeah. I think that you know it, but just remember to be getting all the different kinds of worm dams. You need to be going into different areas. Easy thing to be forgetting about. But annoying one of that to be forgetting about. Because I will say that I don't personally know how to be changing the forms of Wormadam in this game, or Wormy is the one that can be changing forms. Wormadam is always stuck what it is. Nice. Yeah, it's not that hard to be finding Burmese and Wormadams. But then again, considering that what were in most of the trees, or specifically in the honey trees, it makes sense why they're so easy to be finding. At least 10 more to be going today. You know, back next Tuesday then for more, if it is necessary. We'll see, we'll see. you know, plenty of chances for the Kuro to be deciding to be having a beautiful shell. And also plenty of times for this cave not to be deciding to be loading correctly. Every single time it hurts my eyes that it does that. It happens, I guess. Oh no, they de-evolved. It would be hilarious if now all of these ones would be males. More hippos. I already have one. I don't need another one today. Yeah. What is your go-to Pokemon to be using something like Calm Mind for? You know, a move that doesn't do anything, basically. I mean, if you want to be making it like a little bit easier, you could be going for Magikarp. It would be, you know, an even easier option, but yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, basically good enough that you're going for something that can't really be doing anything for. Oh no! I mean, it's a good thing if you want to be finding shinies, I guess, but if you want to be using a bunch of coal mines, it's not really too ideal. Let's check the hippos now before I forget. Ah, it's actually 50-50 this time. Ah, mean. Because Maximus outbreaks do be getting rid of quite a good amount of the like level 3 Pokemons, right? Which is a little unfortunate. Very field map, but good race there. Shall we get 3 shinies from this massive mass outbreak? Wouldn't be the first time. Probably wouldn't be the last time either. Oh, weird camera. Sure. Weird camera being weird camera. The usual, I guess. This is an okay map. It's the annoying spot that I need to be checking out, but apart from that, not half bad of a map. Pretty easy to be checking everything as such. Jeez. Oh, hello, Alpha. Monster that I was thankfully able to run away from before it did knock me down. Oh no, it's Ella kids. Don't think that any of you are any different. Okay. Interesting. Oh, Cleffa's in here. This Clefairy is on the very top of this place. I guess they evolve the higher up they go. Nice. Crobat is not that easy to be finding. I mean, I know that you were in a massive mass outbreak, but it's still not a thing that you see too often in them. If it's not like a second horde from Golbats. Raichu is somewhat easy to be seeing though. Considering that there is a guaranteed alpha for it. And to stop here and then I can be going to the Crobat Cave. And also I will say one thing that is nice about the ones that you need to be getting while they are flying in the air. They're very nice. Even though they are a little annoying, they're still nice in the way that there is always going to be one basically there. Like Magnezone, you know, it is always there. So you know that's nice. It's not like it's up to a chance that it's there. You got another massive mass outbreak. Nice. Rella kids. No. No more Rella kids. I don't want more Rella kids. They're mean. They have a bad shiny. This one is nice and empty from extra kids. Let's go. Oh yeah, there was one hunt that I wanted to be doing at some point, but then I'm like, it's a lot harder than you think to be doing. Even though it's not like, it's not hard hunt to be doing, it's hard hunt to be set upping for. Oh, hello. I still want to capture one of you in a quick ball, but you know I can't in this game. So you know, some sort of a wing ball or something is the best option. Another moth into the mix. Jeez, the Sandler didn't like that I captured the dude. Sandler didn't like that I did catch the moth and started to be attacking. I'm saying that I don't feel too lucky today, and I have found more shinies today than I did find last time. It happens, I guess. It's one of them. Oh yeah, because I caught without spotting them to be spotting me. Yay! More very useful points. I could be pulling that to be an alpha shiny, but it's fine. I want to check out first if there is Traveler. It's in the way. It's not out of the way. Let's get back then. But yeah, the hunt that I was like talking about that is not a hard hunt to be doing, but it's kind of annoying to be setting up for is the Hard gold, soul silver, Kanto starter. Like, nothing else is really like that bad about it, but you need to be defeating red. But it's definitely a hunt that I want to do. It's just, you know, if you want to be hunting at least for one of each in hard gold, soul silver of the evolutionary line, not for like 9 of them. You need to be playing through the game 3 times, and I know that not everyone is too excited about it, considering that you need to be getting 16 badges in order to be even going ahead and defeating red. And you know that takes some time. I definitely want to be doing it at some point. I probably will be able to do at least 2 of those hunts. Because I'll be, you know, playing the soul silver, but I also have the hard gold filed. But it's gonna be a waiting and seeing situation when that happens. Hello, cat. Are you into the bathroom or why are you running? Going to sleep. Sleep, eating. Well, welcome back. I'll be stopping for the day. Like soon-ish. I'll be most likely just going for 6 more good racine. Stay as long as you can. Stay as long as you can, indeed. No, it do be understandable that life do be life sometimes. I feel like I could be having Cat on the table soon because you do be usually coming to my table to clean herself after she's done eating. I'm surprised, by the way, because I did change my schedule. It was like half a year ago at this point, but still, like, how fast did like the cat be taking it to be a norm? That, you know, when I'm streaming, I mean, she doesn't, of course, understand that I'm streaming, but she understands that I'm talking a lot in a language that she probably doesn't understand. I don't know, maybe she does. Would also say that I'm surprised that there hasn't been that many Golbats and Subats lately as well. Considering the fact that, you know, only night chime nowadays. Only night chime until I get the Miss Mages. Then I'll be going with whatever time of day it is. Hello, Sligo. I'm in the wrong place, otherwise I could be checking you out. Nice foggy weather. It's interesting to see as well what happens with fog again. Because fog is a weather condition that it was in, you know, Gen 4 Shino games. Then it kind of disappeared for a while. And then I think in Sword and Shield it did come back. And it's in Legends Arceus and PDSP. PDSP makes sense, of course. Remake and whatnot. This game makes sense because, you know, it's based on the past of the same region. But then, you know, gone in Scarlet Violet again. Like, what are they gonna be doing with it? Like, keep up your mind, do you want to be having it on the game or not? I mean, I don't mind fog in general, but I absolutely just hate that that in some games that it's in, it makes you lose so many time, or lose, I mean miss so many times in a row. Hello, cat. Yeah. Yeah, that's for example, yeah, in the regular game, in the base game in Sword and Shield, Fog, you can be having that as a weather before your champion. It's stupid. There is few other weather conditions that you can be having before you have reached a certain part of the game. But still... the Clefairy line is in the base game. Jigglypuff is in Isle of Armor, I think. But yeah, it's stupid. But if you go to the... If you go to the Isle of Armor and the Crown Tundra, you can be finding like any weather effect in those areas. Because there's gonna be always the weather is available in the DLCs. It's strange, but anyways. Yeah. Yeah, the DLCs will always be having weathers, but the base game is based on like how far in the story you are in some weather conditions. Yeah. It is a little strange, but when it's in Pokemon Strange though. I mean, I think it's anyway stupid that fog is like literally impossible to be having before you have become the champion. I would be fine if it would be like a rare weather before you become the champion, and then it would become more like common when you have become the champion, but it's just stupid that, I don't know. Yeah, it's in the case in like older games that there is weather-specific areas. It's not really a thing anymore because, you know, weather can be whatever. Also, again, the most terrifying alpha Pokemon, or one of the most terrifying alpha Pokemon, an alpha Chingling. I know, scary. Mistress is scared of the Chingling as well. Yeah. I think basically up until Gen 8 it was the case that there is like specific situations where certain weathers will be a thing in at least most of the games. I mean, I think the only games that didn't really have them was anything that is to do with Shoto, because, you know, weather didn't be a thing in Gen 2. I mean, it is chance. It's a 1% chance for random Pokemon to be alpha, and then there is... In this area, there is a guaranteed alpha golem, though. But yeah, it is interesting. I did have there, like, 2 alpha paras quite close to each other, for example. Random Pokemon just can be alphas. It's a 1% chance. So, you know, pretty rare. Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, if the second horde is guaranteed to be alphas, then you know it's always gonna be alphas. But yeah, it's stupid sometimes. Indeed. But yeah. Because second horde will be either guaranteed to be always be alphas, or be alphas in general, or they will be the evolution. Oh. Nice. Well, the alpha area for the Pachirichu, if there is like the little location where the alpha Pachirichu always is, it's not a massive mass outbreak area. Like, there literally can't be a massive mass outbreak there. There can be close by a massive mass outbreak. But exactly where the alpha one is, there can be. I don't think that there is a way to be getting Gengar, like, randomly in the wild. I think it's based on distortion and massive mass outbreaks only. I don't know. Could Kengar be one of the ones that is available in multiple different areas? If I remember correctly, it's in the first area, but I could be remembering incorrectly. I don't remember too much of the space-time distortions. I mean, there would be more trade evolutions, but instead of evolving with the link cable, they evolve with the item that they need to be holding in order to be evolving. Like in the case of Magmus Miser for Magmortar, you're using that instead. Yeah, I really would be appreciating if they would be bringing the same kind of evolution things back in future games, but I know that they are not. They're gonna be wanting you to be actually trading things. Yeah, it is kind of stupid that you can be getting Ursaluna before you have Ursaluna that you can be using. You can also be getting the... what is it, the evolution item for Cleavor from defeating Cravelers. That's an easy way to be getting more of them. But yeah, bead block is one of the hardest items to be getting in this game, and it's so stupid that you need Ursaluna to be getting an Ursaluna. Yeah. Yeah, Craveler can't drop them if it's defeated. Oh, there is one Pokemon, I think it's Craveler. But there is one Pokemon that can be dropping the Cleaver Evolution item. Indeed. Which is very nice. I don't think it's a Terra one, I think it's just a regular Cleavor. In the Blueberry Academy area. And you can spawn in there more if you have just the right sandwich. But I guess there could be a Terra one, but I only know of the one that it's just a regular one that spawns in daily. But it's nice that they did include it. Yeah, last good check of the day. Yeah, you can spawn in more of them there. It's hard but possible. And to be using indeed right sandwiches. What a good day today. In 6 hours, 70 checks. Not too bad at all. It's a pretty good face. A little bit slower than it could be, but it's legendary Arceus, it's down to luck how many massive mass outbreaks there are gonna be and such. As long as I can keep the thing of at least 10 in an hour, I'm happy with it. Yeah, let's see, last good route this week most likely, because I usually do this only once a week. Unfortunately, no. Well, we come back most likely in a week then. Usually doing these on Tuesdays if I don't have anything else going about. In Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, it's a thing that people have been doing, hunting Cleaver in Scarlet and Violet. It's a nice one. No for you. Let's see if it's an empty map for next time. If it's not, then you know I'll be going to be clearing a spot for the Gudra. Because I always want to be, I mean, the one that I'm looking for to be there, if it's possible. Yeah. Nice, it's an empty one. What yeah, decent day today, shiny wise. Hey Chinese. Not too bad at all. Of course, it means that I can be showing every single one of them because it's only 6 slots. I'm gonna take at least you two and you. Insider and Nita, and then the Magikarp. Not there too often. Yeah, pretty successful today. First we did find Hippopotamus and Skuntank from the same massive mass outbreak. Could you just be like staying outside? Thank you. Then a random nose pass. Oh, come on! They're interacting with Chimeco. There we go. There was a massive mass outbreak Heracross. Then there was a random Scyther that was first for this hunt. A massive mass outbreak Onita. And a random Magikarp. It's also a random Mothim, but only capable of bringing so many. And they're pretty successful today. I mean, it's Arceus. I'm not too surprised that I get a bunch of shinies. But pretty decent though. Yep. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys most likely on Tuesday. As I said, might be doing Galarian Farfetch'd. We'll see what I have in mind. But I'm most likely an off day tomorrow, though. I mean, of course, I'll be posting it on Discord a little bit earlier when do be going live. But anyways, until next time,